Flat Tracker, go, go, go!
The Kelpie Flat Track Pod, brought to you by our partners, shread for the sickest jersey prints in the biz, Euroka Fencing for all your rural farming fencing needs, classic wheels, spokes and Otway hydroblasting, making your old girl look new again, and of course Kelpie, keeping you on track for longer. Now let's get into the episode. Yeah, awesome. So here we are. I'm back, the Kelpie Flat Track Pod. We've had a short break here with Tom Norvey, sending it as usual. And what have you been up to, dude?
Not much after the Aussie titles. Had a bit of a ride at a mate's place at Kerner a couple of weeks back, and not a hell of a lot. Just training, working, keeping myself busy.
Yeah, cool, good work. Yeah, I've been travelling, but that's why I've had a break. Been very lucky. Went over to China. That was an awesome trip. I could probably spend about 4 hours talking about that and boring everyone about that. Then just went for it's Melbourne Cup, which is a big horse race meet here. So we get a public holiday, which is pretty cool because I have no interest in horse racing, so I get a day off. Well, actually, every day it's a day off. What am I saying? But yeah, anyway, technically we get a day off. My missus had a day off, so we went and did a bit of a family trip with our youngest and her, and did what was I saying to you? About 1,500 k's of driving. Went to some places that we hadn't been. We were meant to go to Cactus Country. There was a Day of the Dead thing on there, which is a Chuka way. But someone didn't book the tickets, so we missed out. It sold out before we realised we forgot to book the tickets. So we ended up doing some cave exploring and some whale watching, which we didn't see any whales, but it was still nice. Swim in the ocean, then a drive to some hot pools, jumped in there, visited some old friends that lived on that side of Victoria. Yeah, it was awesome, absolutely awesome. But we're all rearing up to get back into some racing. So Tom and I wanted to get on here and talk about some events that are coming up. Obviously, the biggest one, the most interested I'm in. I'll say that backwards. The most interest to me. Well, I have driven 6 hours today or something, 7 hours. So
that's
all?
My
excuse. Yeah. What did you do? 15. And here I'm
14 hours.
6 or something.
Yeah, that's all right. Just
but you're getting paid. I was just getting fed and watered and that. Well, actually, I had it pretty good compared to you, didn't I? I'll stop rambling. The Aftn is what I'm talking about. The last 2 rounds. That's the Aussie Flat Track Nationals. The last 2 rounds are happening this coming weekend. I'm actually at home in my office and we're getting absolutely hammered by a storm. So I hope all this shit weather, if it is going to go through Gunnedah, New South Wales, and that it gets it out early. And because it is Tuesday, we're already into the week. I'm all out of sorts because had a very long weekend. But I'm hoping that if it is going to hit up that way, that it goes sooner rather than later. I actually haven't looked at the forecast at all. Have you, Tom?
I did last week, and it looks pretty good. It seems pretty decent out the way. I don't think it'll get a hell of a lot of rain, if anything. So I'm pretty pumped to get back up to Gunnedah again, and watch the best of the country battle it out on one of the best of all tracks in the country.
Yeah, so it's like you said, an oil track. I'm just going to share my screen now. We had a little practice, so it should be smooth sailing. And look at that, right on the page that I wanted.
Yeah,
smashing it. So we're going to have a look at the overall scores of the series at the moment. It's not classed as a national championship yet, but I think we might have to start a petition or something and see how many people actually want it to be a championship. I think it's well needed. We are going to have a bit of a look at the rules package which doesn't actually include 19-inch TT racing, but it sort of does, and that's why I want to have a look at it. I think that's something that can be changed too. And also, we'll have a very brief skim over the future of motorcycling in Australia at the moment. We need to get someone qualified on to talk about that, though, to be honest, because I don't really know what's going on. But we'll skim over it anyway. So we'll start with juniors, which is the junior 85s. You can see everything, can't you, Tom? So you can correct me when I balls it up.
Well, yeah, mate. No, it's all clear on my end.
Yeah, sweet. So we're pulling this information too. If you want to check for yourselves, if you think I've said something wrong, we're pulling it all off the AFT, which is Aussie Flat Track Nationals website. You can find it there in the overall results. And on the top of the 85s is number 23, Jed Fife. It's on a KDM 85, and he is leading with 863 points. And he is leading in second place. Number two, I'm a little bit confused because some of the documents say number 12 and some say number 2. So I'm not sure if there's another. There is another 12. Logan Turner, a little bit further down the list, is on number 12. So they must have changed Lenny to number 2. So Lenny Duggan's in second on a Honda with 750 points. Lenny's brother Lockie is in third on the number 10 machine. KDM also on 720 points. In fourth position is Charlie Nicholas on the 22 machine. Kawasaki, 552 points. Where am I? Fifth position, the 552 machine of Jake Page on the Husqvarna on 524 points. In sixth position,
I think Jake
11,
Page is up for a couple of awards for the Motorcycling Queensland night and night. So, yeah, I think I just said it briefly this afternoon. I think he's up for the Junior International Award, and then I think the Junior State Award as well.
Awesome.
So, that's awesome to see. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, great work, mate. And I said 5-2 points, didn't I? So sixth position is number 11, William Wiggins on the KDM 500. I'm just saying the brand of the bikes because I think it's quite interesting, actually. Just seeing what bikes we've got in there. You don't see many Suzukis anymore. There's a couple Hondas, but mainly KDM, Husqvarna. It's good to see a couple Kawasaki's. Number 7, 12, number 7th position, far out. 7th position, number 12, Logan Turner on a Yamaha, which is awesome. 496 points. 8th position, 26 French, KDM, 428 points. On Honda, 384 points, and 10th position, 851 Levi Layden, KTM, 359 points. Yeah, and after that, there's 17 riders in all at the moment. If this does drop in and out, I will edit it a bit, but like I said, we're getting hammered by a big storm, so
you sounded like an alien for a second there, but it's all good.
It's the worst one I've seen for a while. The sky went like bright pink before. It was bizarre.
Oh, awesome.
I did think something was going to scoop down and suck me up. But we're just going to cover the top 10. Like I said, jump on the Aftn website and check out the rest of the riders if you want, if you're interested to know. Lots of young, great talent there that some of them will be stepping up soon. Remembering that, most of them are only around 13, 14. I'm not sure if there's any younger kids.
I think 85s are younger than that. I think 85's 9 to 13s.
It's 9 to 13, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're around about that
14 to 16 on the 250, isn't it? 13 to 16 on the
13 to 16. Yeah, and 65's are 6 to 9. Yeah,
so it's pretty impressive. If you haven't already checked out the last 2 rounds, so round 3 and round 4, I have put Kelpie Live episodes up on our YouTube channel, so you can check that out. The first day, which was round 3 on the oval track, I did have a bit of a camera fumble where I thought I'd charged the batteries enough, and I had anyway. So I had to revert to phone, but I did save it enough. I think it still gives you a good idea, and I don't know if people watch that qualifying little segment and go straight to the racing or what. I haven't figured that out yet. So let me know what actually interests you more, because I can shorten those videos up if you don't like the way it's formatted. And I'm willing to. I'd rather know than people go, oh, this is shit or whatever. I'd rather have some feedback. So give me feedback about the Kelpie Live episodes. I'm 100% winging it and making it up and just doing what I think is good. So if you've got suggestions, let me know. You won't break my heart. You won't hurt my feelings. So, I'd rather know than people not enjoy it and, not do what we actually want it to do. So moving on to the junior lights. Do you want to read this one out, mate? You might do a better job than me.
Yeah. In the top of the ladder, The 555 of Lachlan Russell is on 795 points, followed by the 87 of Cooper Archibald on 760. So that's fairly close. And you got Thorin Openshaw, number 296, with 725. Sorry. In fourth, you got the 174 of Bodie Page on 656.
The
In
Bodie
fifth, you got
Page kid.
Hey.
The Bodie Page kid.
Bodie,
We
oh
did-
yeah, mate.
We did
I tell you
a
what,
cross
Bodie,
pod with tank
Corey
slapping.
Tex is your biggest fan.
Yeah, if you haven't listened to that on Spotify or watch that on our YouTube channel, check that one out. It's the tank slapping and Kelby flat track pod cross pod. It's pretty funny. I like the way some of the terminologies the Americans use and stuff. Yeah, that Bodie Page
Definitely.
kid. That's
Oh
pretty
yeah,
funny.
no, he's definitely a
Making me
massive
laugh.
fan of Bodie,
But
which is
he's a
awesome to
fan of
see.
your Bodie, and I know you guys shared our pod too. So thanks so much for doing that. Yeah, it's our pleasure to get your names out there as much as we can. Sorry, mate, carry on.
No, you're all good, mate. In the fifth spot's got number 7, James Wood, with 607 points. Number 6, you got, I tell you what, every time I see this name, it keeps stumping me, but I don't know why. Hugh Hope Hodgetts. Number 06 with 566 points. In 7th place, his number's not there, but it's Cameron Dunker with 413. In the 8th place is Blake Ferry with 404. Number 9 or 9th spot is Jaden Holder with 294. And in the 10th spot, number 53, William Seacombe. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, I pronounced it Seacombe, but I don't know if that's
Yep,
right either.
Seacombe, yeah, with 256 points. So that's the top 10 of the junior lights. And I dare say, there's a lot of points on offer for the next 2 rounds. So that might shuffle a bit towards the top. But Lachlan Russell definitely has the advantage. So if
he's been on fire, isn't he? He's been pretty consistent. Yeah, again, if you do watch those Kelpie live episodes, you can see for yourself. He had a pretty comfortable lead. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think he was pretty consistent across the TT as well up at Brisbane. I've had too much holiday and the sun's gone to my brain. I can't remember. But I'm pretty sure that I'm on the money. That Lachlan, you've been really consistent across the board. And again, you would hear me saying on there, I don't actually commentate those episodes as where I do the Kelpie Cup ones. I'm not sure why. I probably should have a crack. I do think it makes it better. So, like I said, give me feedback what you think. Check out the Kelpie Cup rounds with the commentating to see if you'd like me to do that on the Aftn stuff. It's sort of, I don't know why it seems a bit harder to commentate the Aftn one, and I don't. In some ways, I don't feel it's my place because, Mick from Talking Chatter is the commentator on the day. So, if you can hear him on the footage, I sort of try to leave that in there, but it's not that clear, I know. But give me feedback once again what you think. But those junior light kids, if you look at the times, if you come on to www. Australian Flat Track Nationals, you can go on the compute time results and see the time differences in that. And flick, it is a little bit cumbersome's not the right word, but it is a little bit tricky to do them side by side unless you know how to really use a computer and screenshot and all that sort of stuff, which I don't. But those kids, they're pretty close, if not faster than some of the seniors on 450s. It's very, very impressive. So moving along to our clubman class, which is also a very, very, very competitive class too. Mix of bikes. We've got some 250s in there. Mainly 450s.
It's surprising enough the guy on the top of the ladder is on a 254 stroke, and I think everyone else is on a 450. So Lee Hunter, man, bring it home, son.
He's a good mate of yours, isn't he, Lee? So from your club,
racing dirt track
from Nepean, is that right?
Yeah, well, that's his home track. Yeah, Nepean. Yeah, he's down from Mappin.
Yeah, so on the top step at the moment, only by 5 points by someone else from Nepean. Is 87 Lee Hunter on the KDM, and in second place, which this could change. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know what either of them are like on oil. I think might have raced Darren on oil. As number 5 Darren Webb KTM on 760 points. So 5 difference, nothing. Jason Griffin's great on oil, 261 machine which is a Honda. So he's the first or the highest ranking Honda on 6.6, 9 points, followed by Neil Gridler on the 28 machine, which is Kawasaki in fourth position on 649 points. In fifth position, I mentioned Daryl before. He's one of the oldest competitors, number 36 machine. Daryl Mallon likes to go by Mal on say it's a Honda there, but he should be on a Yamaha. I'm not sure.
I was going to say he's got a beard, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's definitely on the Yamaha.
Yeah, no, he's on the Yamaha. We've had some great battles, me and Daryl, and he's on 546 points. In sixth position is number 78, Reece Sandow, Kawasaki on 520 points. In seventh position, 69, Luke Turner on a Honda on 454 points. Eighth position is 27, Molly Ferry, the sister of Blake Ferry in the junior lights, and she's on 436. She is also to date the only female competitor that I can think of. So well done, nice. Molly. Good work turning up to every round with your dad and your brother. In ninth position, is Shane Gale on a gas, 394 points, and 10th position, Rory Hutchison, KDM, 359. I do apologise if any of the bike brands are wrong. I can't really remember seeing gases, but there must be there. And I'm only saying that because I know Daryl's on a Yamaha YZ 450. 100%. So maybe there's some mistakes there, but I do apologise if it is wrong. But great work by the top 10 there. At the moment, 19 competitors overall. So we would like to see these grow. The competitor, I mean, it's still a good turnout, 19 overall. So in Aussie track, that's basically a full 2 full grids almost. It is a good turnout. Obviously this is overall, so like there might not have been 19 at Brisbane. I can't remember actually how many were on there. Again, we'll have to go back to the Kelpie Live episode for reference on that, because I do put all the results there as well.
It's going to be very interesting knowing that Darren Webb's got a massive past in supermoto, so it could be fairly similar to riding on oil. But also Lee grew up racing Nepean when that was oil, so all his junior years he was on a oil track too. So it's going to be good competition. It's going to be fairly even between the two. But I'm excited.
And don't rule Griffo out too, because he's on. He needs a few points, but if he won every race, what are they scoring for every
who's that, sorry?
25? Griffo, Jason
Griffo.
Oh,
no, you definitely can't rule out Griffo. He, I think it was at Aftn, the 15 lapper at Aftn. He ran away with it. He won by, heaps. So, definitely can't rule out Griffo.
Solid oil racer as well. So I'm pretty sure that was his bread and butter. So there's oil. So, I think he'll... The top three, I'm not too familiar with Neil. I know he was definitely up there in Brisbane. Actually, in one of the shots, I'm pretty sure it's his bike, and he had his tyres all grooved up, which was pretty cool. So I think I could be getting him mixed up with Luke Turner, but I don't think so. One of them hadn't been riding for a while and sort of come back to the sport. I'm pretty sure it is Neil Gridler. It's great to see him up there anyway. Sorry, Girdler, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is too, yes.
By the looks of it.
Sorry, Neil.
By the looks of it, the way they're scoring it here, it says there round 4, race 1, 2, 3, and 4, that they're scoring 55 for the win, 50 for second, 46 for third, 43 for fourth. Okay. So definitely the top four, maybe 5 guys, or top 4 guys have definitely got an opportunity to shake up the end results.
Yeah, when you put it that way, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, if there's 220 points on offer per day, magicianness. Also, soon you're gonna be able to solve a lot of people's money problems too soon, aren't you? Can we mention that?
Me?
Or not? Yeah. Not because he's a billionaire, just because of his knowledge.
Yeah, sure. I need to get rich
well,
first.
we'll cover that another time. All right, so we'll move on.
Yeah.
All right, to the Premier class. It's funny, I keep saying Premier class on Kelpie Live, and it is
Well, yeah, it
Premier
is.
class.
Mm.
Um, would we love to see Twins as a Premier class? I don't know. That's up for debate, I guess. I've always said we don't need to copy America. So I would say the 450 class pretty much is treated in Aussie dirt track and Aussie track title meetings as the Premier class. So
Yep.
in Aussie AFTN, why not? Yeah, at the moment, definitely. I did enjoy. Did you watch the Kelpie live or no?
No, I haven't had a chance yet.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So
14-hour days, mate. Come on, give me a break.
yeah, I thought I did have a bit of a balls up with the twins class here, but I did get a bit of footage, and yeah, I don't know if you don't like the sound that they make, and that I think there's something wrong with you. I think yeah, they sound fantastic. They're quite different. The racing was still exciting. Yeah, I think there's definitely a home for them here, and I'd love to see more. I'd love to get on one myself. I've been if I can make it work, but yeah, got to sell a couple of my bikes first. But yeah, so anyway, I'm rambling again, but let's get to the Premier class of 450. And it's been very exciting. Pro 450 class. So many talented riders in here. Overall, over the 4 rounds, we've had 34 competitors so far. They haven't shown, some of them didn't come to Brisbane. Some have been out on injury, for example, in 29th position, Zane Kinner, who's one of my riders had an operation on his knee. He is on the mend, and hopefully we'll be back next year. I do have to catch up with him. Last time we chatted, he was still a wee while off before he could even start training, but he's starting a bit of physio and that just to get and weight bearing and everything, which is awesome. So hopefully he'll be up to speed, and yeah, we don't want to be too premature and ruin his chances for a full season next year. So in 2024. But I'm trying to think if I know of any other injuries. I know that well, Teo broke his thumb, but he should be good. I actually don't know if he's a young rider that's living in Japan doing the road bike scene over there. There's also a podcast on the Kelpie Flat Track Pod on Spotify if you want to check that out. 16 years old, such a great talker. So check that one out. Yeah, he had an injury, but he was talking about coming to Gunnedah. That'd be great. All the other big news too. They won't be up the top, but it is great to see that Maxwell and Tom Jane are going to be at Gunnedah. So
Oh, yeah.
they're at our two exports to America that race in the American AFT are going to be home racing. So that would be fantastic. Tom and myself are going to be there doing the video and hopefully get some chats and interviews with some of the riders as well. It'd be good if those boys are willing to have a chat.
Oh, without a doubt. I guarantee they would.
Matthew Davies hurt himself at Brisbane. I think he'll be riding. I haven't heard that he isn't.
Yeah, I spoke to Matt a couple of days ago and he said he was going to be up there. So
yeah, cool.
yeah,
So
he's sponsoring a couple of riders, Kirkness and I just had a brain fade then.
One of the Duggan
Thomas Herrick.
brothers.
Thomas Herrick.
Yeah, and he also for 2024 is supplying a bike to was it Lockie?
Yeah.
One of the sorry guys, I'm having a brain fade too now, but one of the young Duggan brothers will be yeah on a 250 next year, sponsored by Matt Davies Motorcycles. So that's fantastic. I'm so yeah, so happy that you're doing that, Matt. That's fantastic. That's what the country needs and what our sport needs. More people like you, and I know, yeah, there are a few people leaning bikes and doing that. So well done to everyone that are supporting these young guys and those brothers. They're putting us in, as you can see on the results. Yeah, really awesome. I'm looking for the other name. I know. Where is he? James Sorty.
I think
He
he's down a
should
bit
be
further.
riding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's down in 18th. He had to get offered
Oh, it happened.
Appen, yeah, but he was
Yeah.
at Brisbane, so he should be
Yep.
all good. Brendan's going well. He should be quite confident on the oil. He was there this year earlier, so he's familiar with the track, and he was feeling better. Obviously, he'll be on 19s, not 17s this time. So
And the track
yeah,
layout
it'll
looks
be, but
unreal.
everyone should be.
The
Track
work
layout
the
looks unreal. Yeah.
Yeah, the work that Gunnedah Motorcycle Club's put on to put that TT in, it's yeah, it looks fantastic. It's yeah, I can't wait to see the fastest guys in Australia hammer around that track. It looks phenomenal.
Actually, in regards to that, young Sam Jane had a post up on one of his socials, and they went and did the practice day there, where some people were lucky enough to get a bit of a run on it, and I asked him what the jump was like, and he said it was awesome, but the entry ramp was a little bit slippery. But I'm sure that will grip up more bikes that are going over it and everything.
Yeah.
The one thing too is I've never done the oval yet, so that will be interesting. I don't think Brendan's done the oval. I'm not sure how many riders have done the oval. Quite often it's the right-handers in there that they're using. So yeah, I'm not sure how often they run that oval circuit. So that's going to be interesting. I think
I
be
raced on
interesting
it.
to see
I
because all.
raced on it a few years ago at the weaker speed, and
Okay, yeah,
yeah,
on
it's
a side
definitely
chair
fast.
or
Sorry,
on a side chair or two wheels.
both.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
And does
actually
it?
on 19s as well.
Oh, did you? And does
Yeah.
it get single lined or can
Oh,
you multi line it?
what? Well, how would you put it? Sort of the turn 1 and 2, which is sort of halfway up the main straight of the original dirt track. It's sort of got slightly marbly on the outside.
Okay.
So I don't know if you could carry momentum and push through it, you might be able to get create another line to get around. But definitely down the bottom, there's definitely opportunities to pass on pit corner as usual. So yeah,
Yeah,
no,
cool.
it'd be
Well, it's going
really
to be
interesting to
really,
see.
yeah, it is going to be interesting to see, and I hope we can get some good footage from there. I'm pretty sure the embankment gets footage over the fence from memory, so it should be nice and clear. Probably the hardest track all year so far has been Appen to get footage from. It's a beautiful track. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, yeah, I needed either a tower next to the fence or
You need it to be up
something a bit,
higher.
yeah, it needed to be up higher. But that's all right. That's what we'll work on in the future. So you're going to read this one out, or do you want me to do it?
I'll let you do it, and I'll just commentate in the meanwhile.
So on the top step is the 387 of Michael Kirkness. Some people won't be surprised about this. Some people will. He hasn't as far as I know, he hadn't been on a motorcycle for a while, and then sort of came back for this series, which is fantastic. And he's on 765 points, closely followed by the 176 Daniel Wicks, who just claimed himself a title at the Aussie titles. I've forgotten now. Was it Pro 450 or the Pro Open?
No, he won the
Sorry,
Pro
Dan.
Open.
Yeah, Pro Opens. Yeah, Pro
Yeah.
Open number one in Australia. And he's on 717 points. So definitely room there to take it away if he gets consistent wins. And then
Yeah, well
third
done,
is,
Wixie.
yeah, well done, mate. Third is the 29 machine of Billy Van Erd. Young gun, lots of energy. Yeah, fierce competitor. A
Yeah.
little bit shaky at Appen, but I heard him say on the podium he hadn't had much bike time, so he put a bit of seat time in, and it was much more consistent in Brisbane. So he's definitely going to be a threat as well here. He's on 5 9 points and third there. Number 14, Thomas Herrick. Also, I hope he's put in some seat time. I hope he's got some seat time in between the last round and this round. He said that was a bit of an issue up at Brisbane. I thought he still rode well. He is a great rider, Thomas Herrick. So he's on 602 points. I think that he can get it done there. I've seen him get some great consistent runs at Gunnedah, and
Yeah, he's fast.
he's fast. At New South Wales titles, he had a little get off, but that was brake fade. I don't think that's going to happen this time. I think the tracks are a little bit different too, so we'll see what happens. Be interesting to see. In fifth place is 178 Dale Borlass on 513 points. He's going awesome too. He was our Super Bowl winner at Brisbane, is that right? On one of the days. In sixth place, 25 caution wheel on 509 points. All these guys, actually, all right through the whole field, have the chance of being right up the tippy top. I think at Gunnedah, there's lots of guys that are really good on oil here. In seventh position, 314, Rowan Teagart, which we've got a wee interview at the titles. I've just about finished that too, that Australian titles one. Yeah, sorry, I've been holidaying too much. He's on 489 points and yeah, going great guns. Ninth position, someone who has only done 2 rounds. It's pretty amazing. In top 10 already, 33 Reed Betty.
You missed
414 points. Who did? Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry.
You missed the local boy. Hey?
I missed the local boy, who we're actually going to have a chat to tomorrow night. Number 42, Jordan Doyle. Looking forward to that. I don't know heaps about you, Jordan, so I'm looking forward to getting to know you a bit more.
I reckon he's going to go. I reckon he'll go very well. He's got home track advantage. He's 2-time state champion at that track. He's done more laps around there than he's had hot mills, and he's fast and he's consistent. So it'll be really, really good to see Jordan get out there and try and bring it home for his home track in front of his home fans.
Yeah, and I think you sort of said the magic word there. I think as it always is in racing, but definitely on oil, consistency's going to be a key. Like, you need to be consistent from the first start, the first race. You just got to be consistent the whole way through. I don't think there's a lot of room for learning at these next 2 rounds. I think you basically just got to believe you can be out the front and do it and be consistent.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah. So in ninth position, as I said, he's only done 2 rounds of the Aftn. Is 33 Reed Batty on 414 points. Sorry for missing you there, Jordan. I don't know why I skipped that. In 10th position is 598, a name that I'm starting to read more and more. He was up there too at the Aussies down at Aubrey. Aubrey Wodonga just a few weeks ago, and that's Rory McCoulter, and he's on 3. If Jared's going to be at Gunnedah, the 21 Jared Brook, that will be interesting to see. I haven't seen anything about it. And yeah, so from 11th to 34th, there's so many great riders, and yeah, they're all definitely capable of being up in that top 10. So we're going to be in for some spectacular racing. I can't wait to be there, actually. And yeah, it's funny. The more I'm doing this is going to be the completion of our full first season of the Aftn, and the more I'm doing it, the more I actually care. I care less about getting on a bike, which sort of sounds sad, but it makes my wife happy, so that's good. But I think I would probably go in the clubman class if I do any of the rounds next year, and definitely the twins class if I can get one together. And yeah, but I really, to be brutally honest with myself, I don't know if I could get up the front, and yeah, that's sort of where I want to be if I'm going to do it. So I think I've got a good chance in the clubman, and I think I'd have a good chance in the twins. But these guys are just that little bit next level to where I struggle with my brain to not give a F to be that fast. Yeah, so there's a restrictor on my brain that only lets me go so fast, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, you never know. I might give the Pro 450 a class a go first and see, because I have had quite a bit of time on the 19s, and I do feel comfortable on them. So maybe I'm underselling myself. Maybe it's a psychological tactic. We'll find out. But so that's where we're at the moment across all the classes. I hope you find that interesting and helpful. And if you are up around the Gunnedah, I believe there's an airport there too. I'm not sure how accessible it is. I haven't looked into it. We're driving up, but if you want to fly in and come and spectate, why not? That would be an awesome weekend away. It's going to be full on racing. This class we've just talked about, the intensity. I hope they pull it a little bit back in the first race so there aren't any injuries or get-offs. But the intensity at Brisbane was fantastic, and like I said, on the Brisbane recap with Brendan and yourself, Tom, I think that some of the spectators thought that round 3 of the racing was the last round. It was that intense, and the racing was like a final, So like a final at a normal dirt track meet, or Australian meet title. So I think they thought it was over, and some of them left, but there was still around to go, and that race was just as aggressive. So yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic. Just give me 1 minute. I'm just going to I'll put my air conditioner on because I came home. It's super muggy, and now I'm getting cold.
First world problems.
Turning into a softie. Right. Yeah. All right. So that covers.
I reckon the competition at Gunnedah would be just as fierce. These guys don't know how to back off or ease up. It's just
that's right. Yeah.
They're going to go balls to the wall. They know what's on the line. Kirkness has got a title, championship, ring, whatever you want to call it, to defend. Wixie's coming off an Aussie title win. And you've got the ever so impressive Reed Batty that's going to be up there too. And the local boys. It's going to be phenomenal. If anyone can get a chance to get out to Gunnedah and watch fantastic racing on an even better venue, it'd be definitely worth the travel.
And the different surface is going to be interesting too. And the 2 layouts. I'm really looking forward to seeing the TT layout and that jump. The jump looks like a decent jump. It doesn't look like it's just a ski ramp. It looks like it's actually a bit of a tabletop. So and like McCowett said on our Brisbane recap, it looks like you get a decent run at it and a decent landing point with no turn straight after it. So it should be over the hit with a bit of aggression, and it's gonna be interesting to see because we haven't had a jump like that really yet. Most of the big rollers straight off a corner and into another corner or a ski jump, which is technical and change it up. So, but I think like a hard charging tabletop would be great to see, and I hope that's what it is. I haven't been there yet, but I hope that's what it is, and I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait for it. Even the drive, I'm not really worried about. It's a long time in the car, but it will be worth it. 100% sure of that. I've sold a few products too that I'll be delivering up there. I do have a Maxxis Rare tyre one available if anyone wants that. I'll bring it with me anyway. So if you do burn through one, I've got one there for you. What are we moving on to, Tom? Let's talk about where are we?
That lightning storm must be pretty savage at your place.
What's that?
Sometimes you go a bit echoey and sound like a bit like an alien, but I don't know if that's just you or the reception.
No, it is the storm, I believe. Let's call it the storm.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that.
So we're not going to go on to this, but just yet we're going to go on to. So every now and then I do a bit of a shout out to our fans and our listeners, and give you a bit of an idea how the podcast is actually tracking, and it's tracking pretty cool, pretty well. The top 10 episodes at the moment, in order of listens, is our Paul Caslick episode. So we've got lots of episodes. I'm not like some of the other pods, and I haven't categorized them like from 1 to wherever we are, 100 or whatever. So it's just by the titles. So the Paul Caslick episode is sitting on the top at the moment, followed by our Tom Drain episode, Jared Brook in 3rd, 556 Harrison Small in 4th, James Davies Part 1 is in 5th, Tank Slapping Podcast, the Cross Pod with the Kelpie Flat Track Pod is the next one. What's that? I've lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I reckon that one's going to go up to the top, the most listened. I mean, it's only been up for a week and it's already top 6. Bathurst Long Track Masters, Aaron Clifford, Australian track titles from Forbes, and Australian Flat Track Nationals is in the 10th. And then, there's many, many other pods there worth listening to. We just did a great one with young Jed Fife. He's our first junior on. And, I really enjoyed that. Kid. I knew it was going to be tricky with someone that's a lot younger than us, and but his dad joined in as well, and And yeah, he's a really nice kid, and he's a bit like Teo. He's already knows how to talk. He's got respect for his sponsors and
Mm.
understands his responsibilities as a rider towards the sponsors, which I think is amazing. Actually, it blew my mind actually, Jed, how aware of that you are. That's very professional, and I think you've got a great positive career ahead of you. And I'm loving the fact, Tom, that so many Aussie riders are referring to it as a career because it shows that they're taking the sport seriously. And we sort of haven't, we at the moment we don't have a professional flat track ranking system or anything like that. But there's a lot of riders in the series we've just been discussing that basically considering themselves as having careers and being a professional motorcycle racer. I think that's fantastic. That's one of the aims of Kelpie and the Kelpie Flat Track Pod. Is to bring the sport to new heights and give the riders opportunities that they haven't had in the past, and elevate the sport so that we get more spectator and fan base, and just really grow the sport. And obviously, Dave Maddock, the owner of Aussie Flat Track Nationals, is obviously on the same path and wants to see that and putting a great series on, and hopefully it
Yeah.
just keeps growing and growing and going and growing. So as far as our pod, we've got some great episodes on there for you to listen to. Also, I'm really proud that we're across 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. I think it's 16. I'm going to tell you what they are. So Australia is at the top for listeners, which you would expect as we are an Australian-based podcast. Closely followed by New Zealand, Netherlands, United States, United Kingdom, Germany, Spain, Switzerland, Sweden, Portugal, Indonesia, Hungary, Denmark, Belgium, and Japan. And I welcome all our listeners from all around the world. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's absolutely mind-blowing that you're all tuning in and you're interested in hearing and about what's going on in our country and the other guys that we're talking to around the world. And do not hesitate at all to reach out to us and talk to us about the sport in your country, because you might not be an obvious contact to us. So reach out if you want to talk to us about the sport in your country, because we're more than happy to do that. And really want to know. I mean, I'm always up for a road trip. I'm pretty sure Tom is. So,
Oh yeah.
or
I didn't know I
a
could speak that many
plane trip.
languages.
Obviously, we're pretty multi-talented, mate. But
Badly.
I think that's fantastic. I can't believe it. It's really good. And if this one cracks me up, we talked about that before. So our audience demographic is 0 to 17. We've got 4%, 18 to 22, 7% listeners, 23 to 27, 17%, 28 to 2030. 34 years old is 20%, 35 to 44 years old, 27%, 45 to 59 years old is 22%, and 60 plus, just lost it, 3%. And 79% of our audience are males, 15% females, 5 don't want to tell us, and 1% is non-binary. So we think it's a cat or a horse, but we're not sure. But we don't really care. We do thank you all for listening. I don't know if you like that sort of stuff, but I think it's pretty interesting to see, and that we're reaching so many people across the world. It's fantastic, and it's something. That's the other thing. Well, it's really why the podcast started, is because I wanted to highlight how big the flat track family is and dirt track family. So I think that really shows you how big the sport can be, the potential. I don't know how active in each of those countries flat track is. I know, obviously, Australia now we've got a series. I know New Zealand have a lot of races going on. They don't have like a national series as far as I'm aware. I know they have a tri series. They just have the Sam Smith Classic. You can see that on a fair bit of that on their, I think it's New Zealand Flat Track Facebook page. They've been posting about that. That was this
We
weekend.
actually had an Aussie that went over there and raced that as well.
We definitely do. I think he won too, didn't he?
Luke Burgess, the man from Mackay Kawasaki.
Yeah, so he was over there riding Scott Wilkins Kawasaki, I believe, and looks like he did a pretty good job of it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. The Netherlands have a series. It's the Dutch flat track. Check those guys out. They have a twins class. They have a lot of classes. It's awesome. We also had a pod with them. We're due to actually revisit and give them give Richard a ring and catch up with them and have a chat to see how it's growing over there. It looks like it has from the footage and social media stuff. United States, well, we know how big it is there. United Kingdom, the DTRA, that's their major series. I'm not sure how many offshoots there are. I know they do racing all over the shop. Germany, I know they race there. They're also part of the Dutch flat track, and I think they have other offshoots from that as well. Spain, definitely. Switzerland. I'm not too sure about Switzerland, to be honest, and Sweden. I'm not sure about them. Or Portugal, Indonesia, Hungary. I'm not sure about any of those countries. So if you're from there, let us know. Denmark, I think they might be part of the Dutch flat track too. I think there was around there. I could be wrong on that. Belgium and Japan, or we all know about the limbo expert from Japan. But I'm not sure how much racing they actually do over there. Apart from the order racing,
maybe before COVID. It might have been on Masatoshi's Facebook or Instagram page, but yeah, there was a fair bit of racing on. I don't know if it was a national series or just something local to him, but there was definitely some racing going on.
I'm pretty sure there's riders from Belgium, Denmark, Sweden, and Spain, Germany, all doing the FIM.
Yep.
Flat track. I'm pretty sure those countries are all represented. Obviously, United States was, Australia was. Pretty sure United Kingdom was. Pretty sure there was a couple UK riders in there. There was only one.
I think Burt Whistle was one of them.
Was he? Yeah.
And
I would have to look up the results on the FIM.
And well done to Jared Brook on his efforts over there, racing in a series he hasn't been to before and tracks he hasn't been on before as well, to get third in the final round. And I think he may have got fifth overall. I'm kind of guessing there, but congratulations, mate. That's a massive effort.
It's a huge effort, yeah. I'll just have a look, see if I can find it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, keep talking. Keep talking.
Keep talking.
Oh, he's talked out. He doesn't know what to say now.
Oh, no, I was reading what you were writing up there.
Oh, don't do that. I'm all my spelling mistakes.
No, it's interesting to have a chat with Corey Texter about him wanting to do the same championship, but also having to commit so early. It was so early in the year or so far away from the actual events. It was very interesting to see how sort of the technical side of it, or the nitty-gritty side of it, went down as a competitor. I didn't know that you had to commit to all 5 rounds, but he goes sixth. He got 6th overall.
So that is the overalls? Is that right?
Yep. That's the classification.
All right. Yeah. So Czech Republic in the top step, was it? Is that right?
Yep. And then Spain was 2nd, Italy was 3rd, Czech Republic 4th, Argentina was 5th, Jared Brook was 6th, Sammy Halbert from the USA was 7th, Italy was 8th, and Netherlands was 9th.
Yeah, I'm going to have a go at some of these names. So we're referring to the FIM World 2023 FIM World Flat Track Championships, which has just finished not that long ago. I can't remember what the last race was. A couple of weeks back, wasn't it? A few weeks back.
Yeah. The last race was
we haven't
France.
got their first names there. Yeah. So on the 10th of the 8th of the 10th, are their dates around the right way? Or our way? Yeah, they are.
Yeah, our way, yeah.
So
round one was in Manchester.
Been to a country where it's all backwards. It's done my head in. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Karajovic was in first place on 93 points. G. Bailio, I'm going to pronounce that, 87 from Spain. As Tom's already mentioned this, I just wanted to have a go at the names. So M. Boncinelli from Italy.
That sounds good.
84. O is obviously the first initial of their first name because it doesn't give us the whole name. Svedic from Czech Republic, 79. M. Lorenzo.
Lorenzato?
Oh, that one's got me.
Lorenzato?
I like the way you said that. That sounds good. Yeah, 78 points. Jared Brook, well, I'm after that one from Aussie, 77 points in sixth position, beating Sammy Halbert, that's pretty good, really. We're gonna take that. Sammy in seventh position, 76 points, actually my number. And obviously when we spoke to Corey, they were sort of talking about some of the penalties. Sammy did get a lot of penalties against him, so he might have scored quite a bit higher. I don't know. I'm on the fence with a couple of them. A couple of them to me didn't look like it was a penalty, but and I thought they were being a bit soft, but a couple of them I think might have been on the fence. I was pretty.
Well, it seems like they were running pretty stringent rules towards Speedway, because I know in Speedway, if you're the cause of the incident, so if you collide into another rider or cause another rider to go down, you're the one excluded. So if any rider, as far as I saw in those races, any rider went down that wasn't on their own, was red flagged, and then the obviously person was penalised. And they don't call him slamming Sammy Halbert for nothing. And he obviously went over there and got his elbows up and got in a little bit of strife. But I dare say if they went to America and tried the same thing, they'd I don't think any of those guys would have been up close to the top. But it's their championship. It's the way they run it, and it's fantastic that they do it.
Yeah, it is. And there was one there that I thought. I was on Sammy's side. He did give him a little bit of a nudge, but the guy didn't fall off for like another second and a half afterwards, and it looked like he had saved it. So that seemed a bit weird. But like you said, it's great that it's in existence, the World Championships. So in eighth position was D Mocchini from Italy on 65 points, and in ninth position M Van Meer from Netherlands, 57 points. So is there a
big variety of countries there, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, it's awesome. Be great to see someone from New Zealand possibly next year.
Canada, hopefully.
Canada. That's I'm not saying that that's news. I know anyone going. I'm just saying it would be great to see someone representing. Like Corey said, it's a commitment. You got to commit by the sounds of it, and sounds like it's probably not real easy to get into. But give it a crack if you're at the top of your game and one of the countries not represented on there, or even if you're from one of the countries, it'd be good to see a couple of Aussies over there. We've definitely got the talent here. And you've all heard me. Everyone that's avid listener to the Kelpie Flat Track Pod knows that. I really want to see guys. Coming over from other countries to race our series. So, if that's next year, good on you. I mean, from what I understand at the moment, there's no one over here paying riders to come over from overseas, so you'll have to do it on your own back. But look, the quality of racing here, guys, if you are from overseas, you won't be disappointed if you do make the commitment to come over next year. And always search us out, and if I can help you, I'll help you any way I can. You'll definitely love it. The tracks are great over here, and it would be awesome to see an international rider lining up at a couple of rounds, if not all the rounds. At the moment, they are spread out a bit, so that might be a bit. I've already stuffed to that. So going to lead into. So we're going to have a look at a bit of the rules and dirt track, Australian dirt track, and the main one I was going to look at because of this weekend, and I lost it. It was so I sort of wonder, and really the only person that can answer this is probably Dave Maddock. I'm really wondering who's written the scoring point system and the rules, and what are the rules for the Australian flat track, because this is dirt track and track. So, which, how did I bloody lose it? I was going to look at the tyres side here. Sorry, guys. I had it all set
up the other end, up further, the way you're going.
I'm going the right way now or not?
Yeah.
Starts, practice, entries. What page? Yeah. We should be up here.
Yeah, there you go. There's dimensions.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any huge changes for 2024. I did read an email about that, and I don't think there was any huge changes from what's here in the 2023 moms. Everyone can find these two on the MA So Motorcycling Australia website, you just go into rules and then you can find the manual of or the what are they called? MOMS, GCMs, General Rules for Competition or whatever it is. I think I've got it all up down, the names. But yeah, you can go through. Have I gone?
Isn't it GCRs?
That's it. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thanks, mate. Yeah. You're earning your bucks.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. So I've missed it. Oh my God.
What were you looking for?
Just the tyres and wheels and rims and stuff.
Clothing. Yeah, I think it was down further where it said dimensions, but that might have been talking about frame dimensions, possibly. Yeah, keep going. There, whoop.
Yeah, dimensions.
Is that what you're after?
Yeah, that's frames.
Oh, right.
Yeah, this should be here though.
He starts, finishes.
I actually had it all bookmarked and on the right place so that I didn't do this, and look what I'm bloody doing.
He's done. He's gone passion fingers again, and he's ballsed it all up.
It's funny, when we were hopping on the car ferry today, my wife gave me a phone and she had the barcode all out and ready, and I don't know, yeah. But I leaned through the window to show the lady so she could scan it, and it was gone. And it's like we had 4 minutes before the ferry was leaving. And I go to my missus, I said, "It's not there." She went, "What do you mean it's not there?" I must have hit something and deleted it. But she managed to find it. So, and just as we drove on, the doors shut behind us.
Oh, nice. There you go. Woo. Tyres and rims.
Audio. So if you're racing here in Australia, you should have a chain guard. Must be fitted in the way of preventing trapping between the lower drive chain and run the final drive sprocket at the rear wheel. But I find this one interesting. Tyres and rims, speedway or universal trial block pattern tyres are to be used. For machines 85 cc's and over, rear knobbly tyres are not permitted. The tyres must be mounted and inflated to 14 psi at scrutiny and more. It's a bit weird. I don't know if anyone's ever checked that.
I was going to say, yeah, who's running around with the tyre gauge seeing what their pressures are at? But then again, that just says at scrutineering, so there's nothing to say you can't drop the pressure later.
It actually says down here a bit further, you can change it after. Front tyre types are optional, so that's obviously for track and dirt track. 19-inch track tyres are permitted for use at all events on rim widths not exceeding 3.5 inches front and rear. So I'm a bit curious to know what people are going to be running this weekend as far as rims, if anyone's going to change their rim width. Just out of curiosity, guys, I'm not going to report it or protest it or anything like that. That's not my nature. Someone else might, but I'm not. Kelpie does a 3-inch rim at the moment. Most people, I think, will probably be running 2.5s on the back, 2.15s on the front. But it'll be interesting to see if anyone goes to wider front and back to get an advantage. But yes, you can't be more than 3.5. Oil dirt tracks, tyres must comply with the following. Tread on the tyres must be at least 1 mil deep or on any part of the tyre. Maximum width allowed on the rear tyre is 165 mils when measured at the point of the tyre located at 90 degrees to where the tyre contacts the ground, and at a pressure of inflated to 14 psi. Tyre pressures may be adjusted after measurement. No artificial warming of tyres, including but not limited to tyre warmers and warming blankets. So you're not allowed to
okay, I never knew that.
Put tyre warmers on your tyres. Any dirt track is not just oil as far as I was aware, but it is stating oil tracks there. So I thought that was quite interesting. I thought it was sort of something worth mentioning too, so people are clear on that, especially this weekend. That's how I upset it last time. Yeah.
I was going to say press the arrows to be easier.
So quite often on oil tracks, a super motard setup is used if you're not from our country, from Australia, and have never raced oil, but that's quite often the most preferred with sort of like a motard wet tyre. A
lot of guys do run 19 fronts though, which is
they
17
do run
rear 19 front, which is interesting.
Correct, that is interesting. And some like it, some don't, from what I gather. But generally their rears will be 5-inch rims. So I thought I'd bring that up. I find this a bit funny because these are our dirt track and track rules. the oil track is still classed as a dirt track event. There's nowhere on here saying you can use a 5-inch rim, but also there's nowhere saying that you can't.
Yeah, it's just saying 19-inch tyres cannot exceed 3.5.
So I think in the future that should be cleared up. There could be a lot of people yelling at me, "Fuck off! Don't be stupid," whatever. But are we racing motard or are we racing track? Let's clear it up. And then again, the other thing, there's no sort of set of. This is dirt track and track, not flat track. So should there be a new set of rules in for flat track, like in staggered starting position, you can have 18 riders. So when they go for permits and that sort of thing, I'm just a little bit unclear of how, if we want to grow the sport of flat track racing here, where's it fitting in? Is it going to get a new set of rules? Obviously we're, like I've mentioned before, we're crawling at the moment with flat track on the 19-inch setups here in Australia. But I think now the first season's completed, people are seeing the benefits and seeing the quality of racing that you get. As far as benefits, yes, I understand you have to buy a new setup and there's changes and it's a bit of mucking around. Look, we're not going to lie about it and say, oh, it's all the bee's knees and that. But when you look at all the track surfaces you can race, the variety of racing that you can get, and I actually do think those tyres are a bit safer. They are rated to a higher speed rating. For a rider of my level, you get really good wear out of them. Some of those top guys in the Pro 450 might wear through them a bit quicker and still do like you would with a Michelin and change it every couple races or whatever. Personally, I wouldn't have to do that. I don't ride hard enough. I'd get a couple meetings out of a tyre easy. But with a Michelin, I can rip one of those to pieces. So yeah, I think a lot of people. I remember when we first started talking about racing on the 19s here in Australia, we were saying, "Oh, that's bullshit. They don't last better." But I do believe they do. I think we still need to learn how to use them a little bit, like on a deeper track, something I want to experiment with, and I'll let you guys know how it goes. Is a thinner rim to change the profile of the tyre. So maybe a 2.15 or even a 185 on the back and really push it up. Splay the knobs out a bit more. And the deeper track, that might help you hook up a little bit more if you groove them as well. There's also nothing about grooving on here, whether you can cut tyres or not in Australia. I think you should be able to. I think, with tactics, and there was guys with groove tyres at Brisbane that still weren't as fast as people with non-groove tyres. So, but if it makes you feel safer, then I think you should be able to do it and more confident. There's no other big things in there that relate to sort of what I wanted to touch on. But I think, like I mentioned, do we need another set of rules for 19s? And should it be a championship class and a sort of standalone? At the moment, it's a bit messy. It's all sort of just mixed in.
Or do you keep the 19-inch class or this series separate to the Australian Dirt Track and Australian Track Championships?
Well, yeah, I think that's what's happening, and I think that's fine. Yeah, because that way the true diehards of Australian dirt track keep their discipline the way it is and the way they like it, and the guys that want to tie in with the rest of the world and have the 19s and trust the 19s and like riding on the 19s, they have what they want. So yeah, I think it probably should be separate now. I never believed in wiping out Australian dirt track anyway. I think that there had to be a common ground. As we've mentioned before, that's the history of our country and history of our sport. But yeah, it coexists. I would like to see, for that reason, the Aftn become the championship series for flat track in Australia on 19s. Keep it separate. But it would be good to have some clarification on rules and that sort of stuff for that series or that class. So
I think that'll happen due to time as well. Like it's sort of, it is new to everyone, and everyone's just trying to wrap their heads around it. Obviously, there's a few that already have got a good understanding of from racing overseas and whatever else. But I like seeing that the 19-inch flat track class in a couple of events. Like they had it at the New South Wales track titles, and what else do they have? They had it at the Akubra Classic as well. So throwing that class in open events, I think is fantastic. It just adds another aspect to the racing as well, and it's sort of it gives. If you say, for instance, you want to set your bike up just for 19s, you can still enter all the meetings you want to do, and without having to change your setup and run 19s at those events with all the other classes too. So you can still do all the events you want to do without feeling like you've got to buy more sets of wheels or chop and change from this to that. You can just run the same set of wheels all years long, knowing that the clubs are going to run the same flat track 19-inch flat track class. So I'd like to see it incorporated in the meetings, but then again, I'd still like to see the AFTN grow a lot more and keep that as well as a standalone series. As adding the 19-inch flat track class into a Australian title championship class, well, I think the interest has to be there and the support has to be there for it to be worthwhile, because you're not going to throw it in there and next you know you've only got 8 riders that enter. It's kind of like, well
on that, I think that's actually unnecessary. I think if the AFTN is a championship and the person ends up with the number 1 plate in Australia for flat track, that's enough, isn't it? Isn't that?
Yeah.
So why does it need to be in the Aussie track and Aussie dirt track championships?
Or even just to incorporate into those meetings as well, if people are more than happy to keep.
The moment as the rules stand there, you can ride on those tyres. So if you think you can win that title on 19s, go out and win the title on 19.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
There's nothing stopping you. So I don't think anything needs to change on the Australian dirt track or track titles there, because in our rules it says there that you can run 19s as long as it's more than 1 mil. It's not more than 165 wider, which on a cushion track, which dirt track will be pricked as, or track will be pricked as most likely anyway. You probably go a 2.5 the wider. So I would say if it's got a bit of cushion to it. And and we've seen, like at Bathurst and that, the times weren't that much slower. So I think the right rider could go and prove a point in the right conditions. The only thing I'm sort of talking about, I guess, is have in the MA, like in the MOMs there, have it set out the rules for flat track. So what I thought while we were talking about that just before is, because I haven't ridden in the AFT, and they must have some rules and something, or because when you go to enter an event, you get the sub-reg, which tells you all the rules and what they expect from you as a rider and that sort of thing. So I had a look on the AFTN, and there actually is that section there. So I've got that up on the screen at the minute. So it actually says the maximum number of riders on the track is 18. The maximum number of riders per class is 18, except Pro 450. The maximum number of riders in Pro 450 class is 34. That's obviously not on the track at once, I'm guessing.
So that's split between Group A and Group B?
Must be.
Yeah, it is,
Must be how they've worked that. Yeah. Yep. It says just under there. Yeah, Pro 450 class with greater than 18 engines, field will be split into an A and B group.
You might have to enlarge that a little bit. It's just a tad too small.
Small. Oh,
here we go.
I apologise. That's gone smaller.
That's right, yeah. Go to 200. 125.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, I can see it now.
Now we can see it.
Yeah, beautiful. So, yeah, that's... What else have we got there, Tom? Why won't it let me do that? Hold on one moment. There we go. So Pro 450 class. So we're referring to the AFTN, Australian Flat Track Nationals, in the sub-regs. So that's the rules, basically. Pro 450 class with greater than 18 entries. Field will be split into an A and a B group. A group, fastest qualifiers. B group, remaining riders. Both groups to race the entire program, accruing championship points. Top riders from B group in race 1 have the option to transfer to the A group. Points are awarded through both groups. For example, with 24 entrants, the winner of Group B race 1 will earn 22 points. So that's pretty standard. If there's not enough people for a class, they can cancel that class or combine and combined events.
Yeah, that's what they did with the 250s and Clubman.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm.
Yeah, so they did when the series began, the very first sort of trial round, I guess, December 2022, wasn't it? Was it December? Yeah.
What was that?
They had
The 2022 AFTN?
Yeah, they had a 250 class.
Yeah.
They for the seniors, so 16 and over. Yeah, so they combined it because they don't have enough entries. So am I correct? Is that why Lee is running in the Clubman?
Yeah, that's right. But
Yeah.
2022, they did run both classes. They ran
Oh, did they?
Pro 250 and Clubman separate.
So it must have been this year they didn't have enough.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
Lee found that out when he got to Appen, as far as I'm aware. And that's the only bike obviously he had brought, but it definitely didn't slow him down. I think he took out the weekend on a 250.
So scrutineering, it's self-scrutineering. You got to put your chassis number. We learned what happens if you don't, or your engine number. Yeah, so it just tells you how starts are going to happen, like signals, race
so they'll be
form.
starting on the main straight at Gunnedah.
Should be.
Yeah, awesome. Oh, well, yeah, that's even better. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
all classes get 5 minutes practice, 5 minute time practice, and 4 races. So the time practice is actually qualifying, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's just called time practice.
they're running twins and women's at Gunnedah, or is that only for
I think twins was only Brisbane. I'm pretty sure women's is only Gunnedah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So this is for the overall competition, not Gunnedah round.
Yeah.
It's the rules for overall. So yeah. Actually, women's only have 3 races as well. So that's a mental note, and you might need to remind me, Tom, to make sure that we film their full race 3. Yeah, okay. So they're treating them as support classes, really.
Yeah, fair enough.
Until they know that they're going to get full numbers all the time. So
that would be awesome to see 18 girls on the grid. That'd be fantastic.
Oh yeah, and I will give the Harley Club of Victoria a shout out. It's obviously my home club, but they're making real efforts to encourage more women to come and ride. I believe it's not 100% factual, guys, but I'm pretty sure there was about 48 females turned up on Saturday to their Women's Day. So,
oh wow, that's great.
Obviously, not all of them are going to become racers. Some of them are mums having a crack and sisters and whatnot. But yeah, that's fantastic. And
was that Kelsey's mum that I seen on a bike cutting a few laps?
I think we might have seen Kirsty Jensen cutting a couple laps. So
look at you go, girl! I'm impressed.
Yeah. So yeah, that's awesome. Yep, definitely. I know they used to do a bit of bush riding, so yeah, great to see her throwing a leg over and yeah, all the ladies getting out there. And the other thing too, it's great to see the competitive women really encouraging other ladies to have a go and be part of the sport. So I think that's fantastic. It shows, that sportsmanship isn't gender related in our sport and our industry. Everyone that loves flat track, and you hear this on all the podcasts that are flat track related, that the people that are in it just love the sport. So and love sharing that passion and it's, I don't know, there is something about it. I just love talking about it and getting people into it and showing them why. And some love, or actually most of them end up loving it and racing for at least a season. So is there anything else interesting here, Tom? So you can come on yourself, guys, and look through this. It tells you, basic rules. I don't think it really goes starting grid. I don't think it really goes into tyres, suspension, and all that sort of stuff. If there's anything, I'm pretty sure you don't, like in America, you're supposed to have a slipper clutch, but in their rules, I was listening to Tank Slapping when they were talking about the rules. I believe it was implying that it's optional to have a slipper clutch now in America, which I thought it was not. I thought it was the other way around, that it was actually you had to have one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not 100% sure. I ran one in my bike, but that was, because it wasn't my bike, so I just ran whatever I got given, really.
Yeah, so there's lots of ins there. Machine and riders. Yeah, okay, so this is interesting. 20.1, all machines entered must comply with the current GCRs for track competition.
Yeah.
So that must be referring to the 19-inch wheel rule we were just reading out on the moms just before. So if I flick back to that, because this is dirt track and track.
If you can find there in track,
Yeah.
if they're running off track rules, I may be wrong here, but running track rules, you only need one working brake.
No, that's for sliders.
Is it only for sliders?
Yeah, I read that rule before.
Yeah, okay.
So I can say that with confidence.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, far out. Why have I lost it again? Sidecars, technical regulations, sound emissions, fuels, engines, frames and parts.
That's all right. Yeah, go back to the other one.
Center stands, footrest, handlebars, finding everything apart from what we want. Drive chains produced. Oh, there, tyres and rims. So 19-inch track tyres, not exceeding 3.5-inch rims, front or rear. All right. But yeah, it's only the oil dirt track must comply with the following. So yeah, that 165 millimeter rear tire width is only when you're on oils. That's interesting. Yeah. You think it would be across the board, wouldn't you?
Well, I think because of the rear tires, they use the motard wets. I think that's why.
But this is 19-inch anyway, not 17.
No, but I think that's what they're referring to is that tire, not the 19-inch tires.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Oil dirt tracks tires must comply with the following. Oh yeah, because the 19s is above, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oil dirt tracks tire. It's not saying 19-inch tires must comply with the following. So yeah, I think that actually.
Well, you can run a 2118 on oil if you want.
Yeah.
I don't know how fun it'll be, but you can run it. I think they're just referring to. Because I remember racing down West Wyalong a few years ago. They actually had a gauge to measure the width of the tires, and you've seen a lot of people see them do it and grab angle grinders and start shaving edges down and things like that. And yeah, that was a mad rush. So this is the only time since then I've sort of looked into that rule. Not that I ride oil or have that set up, but yeah.
Well, actually, we'll probably leave it there. I should probably read up on it more and get all my facts right first. But yeah.
Well, there you go. Go gun at our rider list, bottom right hand corner.
Oh, look.
Just to see if there's any extra names in there that we haven't that have entered that we don't know of.
Yeah.
You have to zoom in again.
But we
125.
Yeah. Listen here, sucker. Yeah.
Maybe go again. Go 200.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Better. Good English. Good English.
It's just got the whole.
It's just random. It's not.
Yeah.
It's a Darren Webb, Lawrence Ferry, Neil Girdler. Aha, I didn't pronounce the R first. Girdler.
You got it.
Sus, Darren Allen, Timothy Holdup, Anthony Doyle, Colin Nielsen, Luke Turner, Reece Sandow, Lee Hunter, Jason Griffin, Dane Griffin, Ryan New, Molly. Oh, now Ryan, has he raced any of them yet? I don't think he has.
No, I don't think he has. No.
Good on you, Ryan. He was asking about wheels the other week, so he's must have found some, so that's good.
Molly Fury. It says next to him their classes too.
Oh, next to their state. Yeah, Clubman. Yeah, you're right. Do you want me to say what that is as well then? So far, everyone.
No. Well, just
Clubman, Molly Fury, Clubman, William Whiteman, Clubman, Craig Hill, Clubman, AJ Muggle. Is that right? Muggleton? Am I reading that right? Clubman, Lenny Douglin, Junior 85, Hugo Holmes, Junior 85, Lockie Duggan, Junior 85, William Wiggins, Junior 85, Logan Turner, Junior 85, Charles Nicholas, Junior 85, Jed 5, Junior 85, Jai French, Junior 85, Theo Afiki, Junior 85. I think we've got a few more riders this time. Archie
there's a hell of a lot more.
Ryman, Junior 85s, pretty stacked, the 85s. Palin Howard, Junior 85, Jesse Johnston, Junior 85, Nico Donovan, Junior 85, Kobe Hunter, Junior 85, Oscar Middlebrook, Junior 85, Jake Page, Junior 85, Jed Lewis, Junior 85, Bo Jarvis, Junior 85, Jake Straney, Junior 85.
And then the junior lights.
That's massive. Yeah, that's massissive.
Yeah, junior lights, there's 12 or 13 there as well.
Hugh Hope Hodges, Junior Lights, James Wood, Junior Lights. They're all Junior Lights, all right, so I don't have to keep saying that. Michael Price, Jaden Howard, Cooper Archibald, Zach Brady, Bodie Page, Nico Donovan, Charlie Duff, Blake Ferry, and Thorin Openshaw.
Awesome.
What do we
Oh,
got
yeah.
here? There's a
4
couple
more
more
junior
junior
lights.
lights. Miley Robertson. That must be Katana Robinson's sibling. Lachlan Russell, Nate Jager, and
Yeah, Nate
Sam
Jager.
Drain.
Yep. And Sammy Drain. Oh,
Sammy
awesome.
Drain back home from America, so that'd be interesting to watch.
Yeah. Pro
Pro
450s.
450. Now, a lot of people know this guy, Marty McNamara. Yeah, he'll be good to watch. Thomas Donnelly, Thomas Herrick, Jared Oram, Max Whale, Brendan McCowett, Aaron Statham, Tyson Wheel, Billy Van Erd, Riley Biddle, Edward Grabham, Jordan Dool, Tyler O'Donnell, Carter Thompson, Tom Drain, Christopher Jarvis, Clay Clegg, Teo, Axu, Dean Toley, Mackenzie Booth, James Sorty, Ryan Douglas, Daniel Wicks, Dale Ballers,
Oh,
Jack
wow.
Griffin, Rowan Teagart, Michael Kirkness, Rory McCoulter, Kyle Thompson, Kristen O'Donnell, Lewis Tyne, Molly Ferry, that's all Pro
These are the women's.
450s. And then the women's, Molly Ferry, Emma Scott, Brittany O'Brien, is that right?
Yep.
We got that right. And Katrina Robinson,
Yep.
Katana Robinson. Sorry,
Katana.
always say Katrina. Sorry, Katana. So
That's awesome
yeah,
to see
four
Kai Thompson
females.
back on the bike
Awesome.
again. I haven't seen him race for a few years, and also Ryan Douglas is a international speedway racer, so he's pretty handy on a dirt tracker as well, or dirt bike. So that'd be awesome to see him out of Gunnedah too.
It's a shame there's only 4 women's. I thought we might get a few more, but look, it's a good start. It's a good start, and hopefully once other female racers see the Kelpie live footage, that they'll be encouraged to come and race with them. Yeah, that's cool. So some great sponsors there. The riders list can be found on the Aftn website. And you can see some of the great sponsors the riders have got getting behind these riders. Fantastic. Yeah, there's a few there that don't have sponsors written down, whether they didn't put them or whatever. But yeah, maybe ring them up and say, do you need a sponsor? There's a few there.
Yeah, it's good to see a lot of riders being backed by local businesses and also bigger businesses.
Yeah, it's interesting. Location obviously changes the rider attendance a little bit. So there's a few that haven't been there. Teo obviously living overseas, but he's got a bit of a break where he can come and do this. He told me at Aftn that he was hoping to come back for this, so I hope he does make it. That would be great.
Yeah, well, he's on the entry list, so yeah.
Yeah. So he had a ball up there, and obviously Oil is a little bit closer to the bitumen, so it'll be interesting to see. He was going well last time, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes on a more similar surface to what he's lightning fast on. Who did you say was the international speedway rider?
Ryan Douglas from Queensland.
Ryan Douglas. Where was he? More down the bottom.
He's just he's just below James Sorty. Yeah.
Oh, so he's on a KTM. Actually, that's something we should have a look at. Let's have a look. 1 Kawasaki, 2 KTMs, 2 Yamahas, KTM, Husqvarna, KTM, Honda, Husqvarna, KTM, Husqvarna, KTM, Honda, Yamaha, KTM, KTM, Husqvarna, Honda, Husqvarna, KTM, Yamaha, Honda, Husqvarna, KTM, Husqvarna, Honda, gas. So what do you think's selling well these days?
Mate, it's between the Japanese and the European bikes, but I think the KTMs and the Huskies might have it over the rest.
Yeah, far out, eh? Yeah, I know the Husqvarnas are starting to become really popular.
Yeah.
I've never owned a KTM or a Husky. I don't know as far as price and that are Husqvarna cheaper, or I know it's all pretty much the one company.
I've got no idea in that side of things.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I've been told by a couple of people that Husqvarna is one of the nicest bikes I've ever ridden. But did they ride it straight out of the box, or was it after it was set up for track? Or there's so many variables.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's interesting to know. So as you know, Brendan's got one. He won't be riding it at Gunnedah, but he is getting lots of seat time on it at the moment. He seems to be really enjoying it. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes next year on that.
Yeah, just keeping on the of manufacturing brands. How do you what do you think about the Ducati and the Triumph motocross bike coming into competition?
Yeah, well, look, to be honest, I haven't thought about it a lot. I know they teased us for many years about getting into motocrosses.
Yeah.
I sort of asked the question, why now, when the face of motocross motorbikes, is sort of changing a little bit with the threat of electric and all that sort of stuff. Have they got electric prototypes on the go as well? It's sort of a question I ask because
Yeah.
are you that far behind the rest of the manufacturers, or I'm not meaning to sound offensive on that, but they're going against other brands that have been doing motocross bikes for a long time. Not to say that they can't do it better. It's just interesting. I think it's interesting that they're coming in now.
Yeah, I reckon it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Bringing an Italian company and a British company into a let's just say Austrian and Japanese dominated industry.
Yeah.
I reckon it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'd love to get my hands on a Triumph 450 and take it for a squirt, but
I'd love to ride. I'd love to ride all the brands mentioned. I just love motorbikes. I don't really care what brand it is. But yeah, just to do those comparisons, it would be nice to have a ride on all of them. But like I said, I haven't really thought that deeply about it. But that's probably the number one question that pops into my mind. Why now, when they sort of, is it just taken that long to develop what they wanted to put out on the market? I mean, obviously, Ricky Carmichael being behind the Triumph, you expect that it's going to be pretty good. But then, yes, he's a pro athlete, but, we're all different. We all like different things. So I think, it will be interesting to see how many people want to modify it and that sort of thing. If they start, the people that purchase it, if they do go modifying it, or if they just take it directly to the racetrack and race it as is. There'll be lots of interest. The Ducati, I don't really know much about at all. A little bit about the Triumph because of the teasers on YouTube and stuff. But same with the Stark Varg. I've seen one in person now that was pretty impressive. It didn't have a dirt track set up on it, but it was still, you could tell it was lightning quick. Just been to China myself for the trade fair. There's a few over there. They're lacking horsepower a little bit, but they're still as fast as a 250 out of the box.
Okay.
So, in the clubman class, for instance, I'm sure they could be competitive, and they look like good build quality. So, didn't get a test ride one, unfortunately, but
you didn't get one in your suitcase?
Not yet. So, don't rule it out. But very, very interesting seeing some of the technology over there. And I've always had this conversation, like, a lot of people will say, Chinese is shit, but there's a lot of good stuff in China. It's what you're willing to pay, like in any country from any manufacturer. The best stuff does cost a bit more because it's higher quality products. It's simple as that. If you're buying a $150 pit bike, you're going to get a $150 piece of shit. You're going to be disappointed with. If you spend $1,500 on a pit bike, you're going to get something that's going to last a long time. And 1,500 is probably a bit cheap, 2.5, or there's a certain pit bikes when they started coming out that from China and that actually is it YFC? They're pretty good.
YCF.
What's the other one? YCF. Moto Vert, was it Moto Vert? One of them was pretty good. They had the 190 Daytona motors in them. I think they're Chinese frame, Japanese motor or something. I can't remember. But yeah, there is a lot of good stuff. But yeah, it does come down to if it's dirt cheap, then it's probably you're going to reflect that. It's hard saying that because I mean there is some good stuff. We bought a brand new car once that had defects too, so
that's exactly right.
That was at quite a decent price as far as cars go back then. But generally the rule with Chinese stuff is that the more you're paying, the better the quality. On that too, I suppose it's not too early to mention, but Kelpie actually is going to be going through some big changes shortly. We're actually going to be doing a rebrand, so we won't be Kelpie anymore. The Kelpie Cup won't be the Kelpie Cup anymore. So I'm working all through that. I am going to do a press release and a bit more information on that. But it doesn't change our products. I believe our products are awesome. They're going to be the same products. They're just going to have a different name on it. Same amount of letters, same logo. Just a different name. It's going to be Klaver, Klavr, no E. It's actually not my surname. It means number one in numerology. So I'm really excited about it. It was a bit of a legal issue with another company, and they've got more money than me, so I've had to stop fighting it. Which is at the time was very depressing. It's been going on for a while. Not trying to deceive anyone. I just trying to keep building the brand, and I was hoping that I was going to win, but I've just ran out of money. It's either spend all the profits I've made on that and can't do what I wanted to do. What the whole brand was standing for is supporting riders and growing the sport. Something was going to have to give, and that was going to suffer. So I decided I want to keep doing that, and hopefully you guys trust my name and what I stand for and what I create, and we'll just move on with the new name Klaver. You can pronounce it Klaver. Most people pronounce my surname Klaver. As I said, it's not my surname. It actually means number one in numerology. But it's just very similar, and it just sort of was fitting, and it just all clicked together. And I thought, that works. It's the right amount of letters. It fits under the logo or fits in with it. I love that it means number one. It's something that we are aiming for to be the top flat track supply business in Australia, and it's a huge statement to say the world, but I always aim high. So we're very baby steps at the moment, it's small, and I don't have near the amount of products that I do want to bring, but I'm doing this all out of my own bank account. It's the other part of this mission is that I don't want to have to borrow big money from banks and stuff. Eventually I probably will have to borrow a little bit to help it grow a bit more, but at the moment I've done it all off my own back and with the help of you guys supporting us. So we look forward to 2024 being a bit like a new beginning. I'm just working on new websites and changing everything over with graphics and all that sort of stuff at the moment. But we'll still have a team. It will be the Klaver team next year with the Klaver Flat Track Pod, Klaver Live or Klaver Live, and we'll just keep rolling. So
you have to get some new shirts and hoodies made up for your co-host then.
Well, see, that's actually the great thing about it is that I've held off on doing quite a bit of stuff for a while because I didn't know what the outcome was going to be, and and probably in denial. I've been in denial for a little bit too about that. I actually have to go through these changes, and it's been I won't lie, it's been a pain in the ass. It's been a bit stressful. It's like I said, it's consumed a lot of profits that we have made from the sales, and slowed us down a lot. But so next year will be full steam ahead, and just time to move on and put it behind us, and like I said, nothing's changed. The quality of products is still awesome. I'm really happy with how the products have been performing. We will have to sell out all the Kelpie labelled stuff. I'm not reducing it. It's just going to be sold out.
That's what I was going to ask. I was like, is there only going to be discounts coming along there?
Well,
the giveaways maybe?
So this is where it gets a bit complicated without going into the story too deeply. Basically, I can still legally sell under the Kelpie brand at the moment. The other Kelpie was happy to coexist. Basically, I wasn't happy to coexist because you lose the value of your brand. I mean, if there's two Kelpies, it's sort of a bit silly. We do very similar products in some regards, but he's sort of not really interested in doing wheels and tyres. He does custom stuff for street bikes and stuff, but it's still a bit close to keep going on the journey while there's two of us in that market, so to speak. Because when some of it, I want to get into more twin products and that sort of stuff, and we do a seat board at the moment. I want to get into more seat boards and that sort of thing. So that sort of crosses over into what he does a bit as well. So yeah, it wasn't going to work. So it's a shame that it's gone this way. And yeah, I am a bit disappointed that I'm the one that's having to give in. As far as business names, I was registered first. As far as getting to the market, well, yeah, that's where all the money comes in to prove who really was. And yeah, I've already, like I've mentioned a few times, already spent a lot. So I've got to draw a line somewhere, and this is where it's ended up being. So yeah, it's a bit of news that I've been wanting to drop for a while, and like I said, I'll probably, I'm not actually sure if I'll probably will do something about it, some sort of post or something. But yeah. As you know, Tom, I sent you the logo. Tom does a bit of graphics and that sort of stuff to see if we can change it up anymore or anything. But yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that, and we'll run with that. So that means I can really get on with things. And like you're saying about the merch, now I can think I'm going to change who I do my website with, and that opens up a few doors to print on demand services and that sort of stuff. So we don't have to hold stock. You buy the jersey and it gets printed then and there and sent out to you. So yeah, I'm looking at doing a bit of that sort of stuff because merch for the podcast has been long overdue. And yeah, merch for the brand as well, long overdue as well. We've done a bit of stuff for the riders and myself and that, but not too much else. So it sort of feel like it's a new beginning, and yeah, really looking forward to getting on to next year. Actually, that sort of leads into the last round of the Kelpie Cup, which is a series that I started this year to sort of help feed the Aftn, which I don't think it really has done because it's been too confusing for people. So next year, I'm pretty certain, I'm 100% certain that we're just going to make it 19s. So there'll be no 21-19 involved next year. It will just be 19-19. Whether it's just going to be the one class or if it's going to be close to mirroring, how do you say that?
Mirroring.
That's a weird word. Right. Anyway, so we'll be close to
You gotta learn Australian.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. So this is actually something I'd like feedback on too, guys. So I might put it in the comment and question mark on the Spotify. Yeah, please give me input because it just makes it so much easier. But maybe becoming a promoter next year and actually running some Victorian rounds with the same classes as the Aftn. If you'd like that to happen and you would turn up, let me know, because that's my biggest fear, is that people aren't going to turn up. As you know, if you have had anything to do with your local club or running events, it takes a lot of work. I'm willing to put it in, but I do want people to turn up, and I would be shattered if they didn't. But yeah, so that's sort of what I'm looking at doing. I'm wondering if we won't run 1 year just as a 19-inch class like we have this year, and with the clubs, all the clubs that we ran them at, Mildura, Wodonga, Aubrey Wodonga are up for it. They're keen. The Harley Club and the SSRAV is where I was actually trying to get to, who are a speedway club, are actually going to be running our last round on the 3rd of December at Broadford at the Victorian State Motorcycle Centre on the short circuit. So it's actually back to back with the last round of the Harley Club Championships on the 2nd of December. So if you're racing there and you don't want to change wheels between 19s and 21-18 on the day, sign up for the 3rd of December, which is the Sunday, and it will be on the short track. So you can go on that. We've got Kyle Matchin still sitting in first place overall from South Australia. And in second and third place, tied on the same points actually, is Kelsey Jensen, who's a Kelpie rider, and Marty White, who's a Harley Club member and in his first season of racing. So I'm hoping all three will turn up. I've been a little bit slack. I haven't put it up yet, but that's what I'm actually going to do tomorrow. So you should see it on our socials tomorrow. Just got to finish that poster. And yeah, that should be great. I don't know. I might piss this off. Stop that. Oh, look at that. That was effortless, wasn't it? Smooth. So you can see there, that's what the overall winner will take home, the Kelpie Cup.
How good's that?
How good's that? So I was actually going to do it. So there is 2 handles. It's I'm not ripping you off. It does have 2 handles. Yeah, so it was going to have every year and the rider that won it engraved in it. But as we're doing the rebrand, I've decided this year it's just going to be a take-home prize for that overall winner. Obviously, they get to ride for us next year, but they'll be riding for Clava next year. And we've got medallions for first, second, and third. So if you can see that,
Yeah, awesome.
this is for the overall winners of the Kelpie Cup series for 2023. So there's a bronze, gold, and silver. You can't really see that great. So they're up for grabs on the 3rd of December on the Speedway track at Broadford. You can enter online through the SSRAV on Ridernet when it comes a bit closer. So I think what's that still three or so weeks away. So there's a bit of time to get prepped for that. And at this stage, or to round out 2023, you can use 21 front and a 19 rear, whether it's a speedway tyre, flat track tyre, or a trials tyre. They're all fine. So, but next year it's going to be 1919 front and back, and we're not going to be quite as stringent as the Aftn. So you can still run a block tyre like the Kelpie block or American tyres, but they will be 1919. So if you go to a deep track or a wet track like we had at the Harley Club round, you could try a trials tyre on the front, give you a bit more traction on the front, or front and back if you want. But yeah, so that's how it's going to look in 2024 at this stage. We were talking off Leo, or the pre-show notes we were making, which is probably a first really for us, isn't it? We're talking about some upcoming events. So this weekend, obviously, the 11th and 12th is Gunnedah, round 5 and 6 of the Aftn, which we're looking forward to the final rounds. See who's going to take home all the prize money, and actually that's something we didn't do. There's a championship ring, there's prize money, there's all sorts of goodies up for grabs. I believe in the girls class, one of those 4 ladies are going to be taking home a pair of diamond rings, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, Dave's really gone all out and got some great supporters and sponsors and partners on board that can offer some great prizes. 24th, that's a bit later. Vic Titles at the Victorian State Motorcycle Complex is on the 18th and 19th, so Saturday and Sunday of November. As far as I know, entries are still open. I'm actually going to be commentating there, so I'm looking forward to that. Get on board, support the club. They're an awesome club. Putting their hand up to run state titles, and it should be good. It is a great track. It got new surface not that long ago, so it should be in top nick. After that, we have 24th and 25th of November, the Track Masters at Barley Ranch. You were saying you're going to try and get up to that one, Tom?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully compete into it, but I'm going to try and get up there and at least watch it.
Yeah, so sweet. Yeah, get up to that. So we've got a few events rounding out the year. Yeah, like I said before, 2nd December, Harley Club of Victoria have got their last club champs. And then on the 3rd of December is the last Kelpie Cup. I missed some in November. So this weekend, if you can't get up to Gunnedah and you find that Andera is a little bit closer for you, on Saturday, on the 11th, is their first club open day, which is awesome to see that they're actually getting some events happening there. This is the ball ring that I've talked about a bit. I love it. They've put some new surface on there. I haven't tried it since they've done that, but I've heard it's even better, which I thought was not imaginable, but it is happened apparently. So, and they do have a flat track class. Give them a ring. I'm not sure if that means you can run 2118 or not. I imagine it is. I think they've just called it a flat track class for dirt bike. They've got a 250 and a 450 class at this stage, along with speedway solos, 250, 500s, and yeah, you can find that on the Golden Valley Motorcycle Club on Facebook or Andera Speedway Club. I think it is on Facebook. Oh, that's hurting my head. SSRAV also shared the post. I've shared the post as well, so you should be able to find it in multiple places. And then on the 25th, same complex, so Andera Speedway, which is just past Shepparton. Camping for riders too. I forgot to mention. For spectators, there is a gate charge, but they have a bar as well. They usually have a couple of fires going. I'm not sure if there's fire restrictions yet, but it's great atmosphere under lights. And they've gone on the 25th of November. They're going to have the Vic Speedway solo title, so that should be awesome as well. So yeah, go and support a great club that's trying to grow the sport in that area of the country again, and get it all back up and running. And the money raised there, I know, is definitely going to help get their dirt track back up to full spec so that they can start running meetings on that as well. So it only helps us all as riders and enthusiasts to get another venue happening. Yeah, so I already said about, 3rd of December Kelpie Cup last round. Might as well mention that since we are the Kelpie Flat Track Pod multiple times just to make sure it sinks in there. Trackmasters, we mentioned North Brisbane Cup is on the 10th of December at Mick Doohan Raceway, North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club. They race great, hold great events. Yeah, enjoyed being up there for my first time ever not long ago for the Aftn. So that's all the events I know of at the moment. We'll post more. I always share them if people let me know about them. I'm not always over it. So if you've got one that you want me to share across pages that I have access to, and that, just let us know. Short Track Down Under, I can post them on there. I'm an admin on there. Tom's an admin on Oz Sidecars, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, Oz Dirt Track Sidecars.
Dirt Track Sidecars. I'm sure
they'll be posted on that as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they're happy to help share events around and share the love. So, and obviously the Kelpie pages, I can share them on my personal pages. Happy to share them on. So don't hold back. Contact us as always. Tom's looking at his watch, so I reckon that means he's ready to go to bed. He's had a long day.
Oh, yeah.
So, anything you want to say to wrap it up? Oh, actually, there was something I think you wanted to say to an Eric Hartley and Corey Texter. Is there? I'll let you do that. Is there something you wanted to say to Eric Hartley and Corey Texter?
I listened to their latest podcast today, and I'd like to say thanks for shouting us out on your pod as well. And thanks for listening to it too. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, that's the whole idea, to spread the love. So don't forget to tune into the Tank Slapping pod, because it is a great pod and it gives you a bit of insight about America. They've also got that Patreon stuff going too if you want to learn a bit more about the flat track setup. I'm actually going to have a listen to the one with David Jarrell about the tires and wheels and all that sort of stuff. I just haven't got around to that yet, but it sounds like it'll be pretty interesting. So it's a good way to get more information and on setting up your race bike and getting your backside trackside. So I've had an awesome night chatting, Tom. Tomorrow we're going to do it again. Hopefully you're not too burned out, and we'll meet up here again and talk to the young Jordan Dool and see how he's feeling about this coming weekend. Hopefully he's all set and ready to go, and getting to know him a bit better. You know him quite well, don't you?
Yeah, I've known the Doll family pretty much ever since I was going up to Gunnedah to go racing. And I'm good friends with his dad and his grandfather as well, and also his lovely girlfriend Beck. So it's got to be good to get Jordan on and hear the ins and outs of his racing career and where it all began, and where he's planning on taking it. So can't wait. Should be good.
All right, guys. Yeah, so you heard it. Next one will be talking to racer Jordan Dool. Check it out. Check out some of our past ones too. There's some awesome pods in there. Make sure you subscribe, hit the like buttons. Also support our partners, Euroka Fencing.
No, you don't hit that like button. You flog.
You flog it. Button. Oh, shit. Slip. Yeah, flog that like button. Like you, that's in 180B. And support our partners, Euroka Fencing, ShreadDesign.co, Classic Wheels, Spokes, Otway hydroblasting, and of course Kelpie, soon to be Clava, that keeps you on track for longer. And stick with us, guys. We look forward to bringing you heaps more episodes of the pod, and look forward to the end of 2020. I was going to say that 2024, but at the end of 2023 brings lots of Christmas parties coming up soon. Keep an eye out on all your favourite clubs close to you, because they're starting to release calendars for next year, which is exciting. Hopefully we'll get on to a few of those as well. And until next time, keep it sideways.
Go flat tracker. Go flat tracker. Go, go, go.